are here, we are here. This is Kristen Codes. I'm coding every day until I become a web developer. I'm coding every day until I become a web developer. Web developer. We're becoming web developers because we like to web dev. Because web dev is fun. Web dev is fun when it works, especially when CSS works. Especially when CSS works. Somebody join the server. Phrase whooshay. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Hello, Io Mamarani Ring. Yo man, how you doing? I'm doing great. I hope you're doing great. I hope everything's good. How is the volume for you? How's the rain sounds? Is it good? Are you relaxed? Do you feel like you're in a day spa? Day 58. Alrighty. When are you willing to move into a front-end framework like React? It'll happen soon, man. I promise you. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Eventually it's gonna happen, and when it happens, the heavens will open up, and like everyone, all the angels will start singing, and everyone will be like, Kristen Coates has learned a front-end framework. Oh my god, it's happening. So yeah, at least that's how I imagine it would go. At least that's how I imagine it will go. Okay. All right. All right. Hey, Kristen, how are you doing? I'm doing great. I think the stream just disconnected for a second. You watching TV or is it watching you? Watching TV. Nothing. I can tell. That's how I would answer if I was like me. Hell, nothing. I'm gonna leave that open. All right. I am doing great. How are you? I'm doing great. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm doing multiple things at one time. All right, let's see. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna send this link out to my peeps, to the fams, cause we all fam in the club, right? We all fam. I have so many tabs. It's Taylor in the house. It's Taylor in the house. It's Taylor, all fam in the club. I don't know. That's one of my favorite like little memes, like little. I've never seen that show a day in my life, but when I saw that, don't you understand? We're all fam in the club. What are you? It's like, oh wow. We're all fam in the club. Let's see, who am I gonna send this to? I'm gonna send this to everybody. Send it to everybody. Let them know what's going on. What's going on? All fam in the club getting tipsy. I remember that. That was a song back in the. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Everybody in the club. That's probably before. That's before your time, Taylor. That he was a one-hit wonder. All right. So there's a few things that are going to change. Bro said before my time. That's what I was referencing. Oh. My bad. See, look at me. All right. So what I'm thinking, why not force semis in TypeScript using a ESLint? I have no idea what ESLint is. Okay, let's read what the Taylor put in the Discord. Do y'all want to join the Discord? Hold on, is it okay if I put that on? Is it okay if I post what we put in the Discord on here? Is that okay? I mean, it is. It's like 80 people can see it, so I think it's okay, right? You're gonna have a beard like that once you're done learning JavaScript. What's up? What's up, ants? Let me. I don't even know what a semi is. I'm just going to. Let me invite this guy. Oh, did I already invite this guy? I invited all these people, right? Alright, anyway. Alright. So there's been a lot of changes. There's a lot of things going on. Number one. Okay. Oh. The kids these days and their acronyms and their stuffs. No, I avoid semis in JSLand. Pretty common to not add them. I like semicolons. They make me feel good. They make me feel good about myself. Okay? Exactly. Okay. Private messages. Hold on. Oh, the tabs. Oh, yeah. There are a lot of tabs going on. That's the Discord, y'all, if y'all want to join it. Okay, so let's see. What are we going to do today? So, number one, I don't know, Taylor, I don't know if you said this before, but if we go to the GitHub, and we go to, where is it? By the way, somebody said this on stream yesterday and we had to add it. I'm gonna start adding interesting things, interesting stream things, or maybe yeah, at the top of my GitHub, just to, anyway. Somebody said that yesterday. Older than a blade of grass and younger than a mountain. And then I googled it and found out that it was like from that song, West Virginia. All right. So, some of the things that we're gonna do today. Number one, this learning roadmap was a bit too ambitious. All right. It was a bit too ambitious. I think somebody might have said that. I think Taylor might have said it or something, but it was a bit too ambitious. It just was. And I definitely need to go at a slower pace. Second, we have where is it? Where is the chat? I'll show y'all. In the Ketchup Crew at 11 p.m. EST. I don't know what time it is EST right now. Hold on, is that what he said? $8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central. So in an hour and 30 minutes, there's a little thing that's going on. And we're going to figure out this. There's a free code camp. There's a free code camp daily thing, right? There's a daily coding challenge for free code camp. And so number 8 is a sorted array. So I decided, oh, I think you said the roadmap was a little bit too ambitious. I think you might have said that. What's up, Roha? I don't even listen to myself. That's why I'm not done with the rest implementation of the Markdown parser. Okay, so well, I'm glad we're talking about it because I don't know if you, but the Markdown parser thing was this challenge right here on Free Code Camp. It was something that they're doing. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of. Okay, so a few things. Number one, the server Learn with Leon and Friends, right? They try to help people get development jobs, web development jobs, full stack, whatever. And they are really serious about going in there every day and teaching and learning and all different types of stuff. It's a lot of job prep. So there was a guy in there, Ketchup Crew, John. He ran this little thing yesterday where we did the free code camp daily, and this was one of the challenges. So this was the challenge. So we might start doing that at the beginning of the stream. Also, there's a lot of different resources that have been pushed my way. So like as I go on this journey, there's so many different resources, and I'm just, again, I'm in an overwhelmed position because we have this. So we have these classes by this guy named Leon, and in that server, this server Leon, and Learn with Leon and Friends. I'll send an invite. I think I can do invites. Discord.gg.100 is 100 devs. People go through this curriculum, and then apparently a lot of people will get jobs and stuff. But I'm trying to figure out a way to implement that, because what's cool about, like, for example, like if we go through the classes, let's just say I started at class, because I was thinking about starting at class 20. They have all these homework assignments. So I was trying to figure out a way to implement all of this stuff into what I'm learning. So I'm kind of everywhere right now. But I might do this because I'm going to be in that Discord chat. So I guess we can try to solve it right now. So let's do it. I hope what I just said makes sense. I know, man. It's like everything is everywhere, and everybody's sending me different resources. I know the real thing is I should just stick to one thing. What might happen is I'll stick to the original plan, but I'll use other things as supplement, because that seems to be good for my learning. I'll stick to the path that I was on, and I will simply TMJ, y'all. I'll simply just add like certain, y'all get what I'm saying. All right, so let's open up view JavaScript file. Hold on. Open recent JavaScript sandbox. So one thing I'm gonna go over today, and I should have put this. I should have put this inside of. I'm gonna change the. Yeah, I'm gonna change. Let's see, edit video, and I'm gonna change this to uh, map, what is it? Filter, reduce. All right. Okay. All right. Get it done, Taylor. Maybe for after you're more comfortable with JS, but you seen MIT lecture, I don't think they have anything for JS. It's Python, but all the general programming languages are so similar. So yeah, like the Harvard courses. No, that's MIT. Um, if you send a link to it in the we have a resources, like put it in the resources. Put it in the oh, people are posting code snippets. Labels let you name blocks and use said names to break or continue said blocks. This works for loops and anonymous block. Here's a JavaScript feature no one ever uses. What? Labels let you name blocks and use said names to break or continue said blocks. I'm gonna have to look that up. Introduction to CS and programming using Python. Yay. Heart. Alright. So today we will spend time doing a few different things. So, and then we will get to the project. I bet you could step through all the MIT stuff in Python, and instead of doing it in Python, just do it in JS. I feel the same way. I think that's a good idea. All right. So given an array, okay, so the problem for today is, so given an array of numbers, determine if the numbers are sorted in ascending order, descending order, or neither. If the given array is lowest to highest, return ascending. I feel like this is not hard, and I feel like the way I'm about to do it is gonna be kind of weird, but let's just try it. So, so number one, we have this array, and it's gonna give us an array, and it should return ascending. So I'm thinking, wouldn't we only have to check the first two and the last one or something? So in ascending order, highest to lowest. So I'm thinking if we take so we have an array, and if we do that for each element in that array, if we say um, we don't even have to do any of that. We could just say no, this is wrong. Uh, because what I'm thinking is um, uh, we could say let sorted type And then what's up? What's up, Johnson? Let me just look up the sort function. Sort in JavaScript. Maybe there's a function that can do this better. Method of array instances sorts the elements of an array in place and returns a reference to the same array. Hold on, what? Const months equal March, January, February, December. Months dot sort console.log months array December, February, January, March. I'm confused about this one. 1000, 2134. The default sort order is ascending, built upon converting elements into strings. What's up, RP? Then comparing their sequence. Alright, nah, we're not gonna do all that. Nah, I feel like there's an easy way to do this. So array. We can also say, hold on, I forgot how to do a switch statement. Alright. And by the way, don't tell me I don't like no answers. You will get timed out if you try to give an answer. Switch true if array sorry, if array 0 is greater than array 1. Oh, I have no idea, man, to be honest with you. Sorted type equal, so if 0, if it's going from, like, if it's 10 and then 9, it's descending, so that would be descending, right? And so case that JS example showed off sorting lexically instead of by integer. Lexically, I don't know what that means. Instead of by integer, you mean this one? Yeah, what does lexically mean? Array 1 is great is, hold on. By alphabet order, basically. Oh, okay. Sorted type equal ascending. This would not work because this is not going to work. No, don't give me hints. No, definitely not. Because the hints are never truly, like, if I'm this early in the process of trying to figure something out and somebody gives me a hint, then the hint was never for me. It's so they can feel better about themselves. Hey, what's up? What's up, internet? It's so they can say, oh, they helped. It's not necessarily from my learning. This is not gonna work, by the way. Let me think about this. So why don't we go back to, we're gonna let sort type, and then Maybe I should do array dot for each and then go back to what I was doing. And then if we do array dot for each and we decide, okay, let current element I'm confused. Hold on, let me stop confusing myself. I should write this down. I don't think it matters how large the array is. This one is 5, this one is 4, this one is 7. Hold on, let me think about this. No, I'm not doing a JavaScript certification. What's up, Jacob? How you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 and 2 is 3. So if I have an array of 2, then this one will always have to be, then the first array will have to be less than the second to be considered ascending. If I have 3, like 30, 31. I am not good at math. But I know what I'm trying to do is just translating it into code. Because I could easily say, well, if the first element is bigger than the second element, oh my God. Let's see. Yeah, so if I do it the way I was doing it, I'll get ascending, I'll get descending, but I won't get not sorted. I'll get descending, and I'll get the other one that says ascending, but I won't get the not sorted ones. So let's see. Don't we have a... Hmm. Yeah, this is a CSE question, and the for each that I was gonna write earlier, I think I was gonna do something like uh at first I was just gonna iterate over each one of them and be like, well, hey, if this one is greater than this one and this one is greater than this one, I was just gonna check the first two elements. But then I realized that if I just take the first two elements, no, it's not gonna work. Let me tell you why. Because if I just check the first two elements, uh if I just check the first two elements, um it'll give me ascending or descending, but it won't give me not sorted. Like if the switch statement I was gonna use would have gave me ascending or descending, and it would have been okay. Hmm. This is still not gonna work. I mean, it's gonna work, but it's not the right way. It's gonna work, but it's finicky. Oh, yeah. This is exactly what I thought was gonna happen. The not sorted is not working. Oh, oh, it's spelled wrong. It's working. I don't like it though. It's not. They really don't, and it's like I'm not good at I could be better at math, but I feel like what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do because I said okay. Hold on. Okay, so I mean, it's why I don't like coding challenges, leaderboards, because every site is like that. Even LeetCode, you change, just figure out the most optimal solution for their test cases, not for everyone. Yeah. So what I would have used a for loop? Is that what it's about to say? Yeah. I haven't used a. I knew it. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me see what this has to say. That's true. This doesn't make any sense to me, but let's see. The only part that doesn't make sense to me is this part right here. All right. So, all right. So, let's see. So what I don't understand is this right here. Because once if we use the logical and assignments operator, so if this is true, then it assign. Oh, never mind, never mind. I get it. I get it. That's an interesting way of doing this. What I like about what it just did was that it actually implemented something I just learned. Let's look at what Taylor said. Let's see. What's up, Creator Pranshu? Okay, let's try to. I don't think we lost the how because it makes sense. Because okay, so it's basically saying do less work once we find it's not sorted at all. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, but it made a lot of sense. I think I was on the right path, but then I just made it overcomplicated because it's true. It can't be ascending or descending if any one of these conditions right here. And so this loops through it continuously. But the use of logical assignment operators is something, a new concept that I'm learning. So, okay, let's try this again. Okay, hold on, where are we? This is a great way to solidify the flag logic. Okay, the challenge, the temperature trend tracker. Temperature trend tracker. You are writing a weather app. You receive an array of daily high temperatures for a week. You need to return a string. So I'm assuming we're going to get an array of temps. Return a string describing this, and we need to return a string describing the trend. Getting hotter, every temperature is strictly higher than the day before. No duplicates allowed. Getting colder, every temperature is strictly lower than the day before. Every single temperature in the array is exactly the same. Variable, if it doesn't fit any of the above categories, input up and then down or stayed the same for 2 days and then changed. Okay. So let's see. So we have our function. So function temp trend tracker is going to take an array of temps. And if we use those logical ands, we'll say we can say if how did they do it? Let me see, because I thought that was a cool way to do it. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. I didn't. It was the same way I thought it should be done. Okay. So yeah, array dot length less than one. Array dot length. Hold up. Um. So let's try this again. So we have a for loop, and the goal is to let's change these to I, and then we And then we say, okay, well, first I want to use flags. So we're going to say, is ascending equals, well, let, number one, let is ascending equal true, let is descending equal true. And so what we're going to do is ascending with a logical, we're going to say oh no, we don't say is ascending, we say getting hotter. Um, all right. So if we have, okay, so we can loop through the array and we say array I is, if it's getting hotter, then array I will be less than array I plus 1, right? And if it's getting colder, we know that this will be array I is greater. If it's getting colder, array I will be greater than array I plus 1. All right. So and then we need one and then let's see, let no, we're not going to do that variable one. You're crazy. No, variable, no, we're going to do variable. Variable is okay. Variable is okay. Let steady equal true. So then steady will be, okay, I don't like how that's indented. ARRI would be equal to ARRI plus 1. Okay. So, okay. So, then I would say Okay, I want to cheat. I want to see how they did it up here. If, oh, he just put an if. Okay, that's cool. Cheating over. If hotter is true, return hold on, where are we? Getting hotter. Getting hotter. If colder, return getting colder. If steady, return hold on, somebody got timed out? Who got timed out? What's up, GD? Oh, he got timed out? Kirikov. Oh. Nah, I don't think he got time. He also messaged in Discord. He did? Oh my god. Oh brother. Let me tell y'all something. Let's on stream right now. Let's handle this. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. All that internet all that internet bullshit where you get upset and you go into the Discord and you do all that childish, messy drama stuff. We don't do that. We don't do none of that. Okay, that's not what this stream is about. That's not what I'm about. Um, so for the sake because this is educational. All right. So since because this is an educational, I will teach you that your actions have consequences. Um, let's see. Oh, he came in and then he left. How do I permanently? Interesting. Did somebody already do it for me? Hold on, let me see something. How do I do it? Open mod view. Oh, there we go. I've never done this before. I'm new. Oh, it doesn't even let me do it. Did somebody do it for me? So we right click his profile and then we ban. Okay, thank you. All right. And yeah, we don't do that. I'm gonna let y'all know. We don't we don't we don't do none of that. I don't do all that internet stuff. I'm too old for that shit. Uh, I'm here to learn. Here to have a good time with people. Um. uh. Oh yeah, man. We don't do none of that around here. Go somewhere else. And I don't think did he get I don't think he nah, it's just the way that we help. You know, when I said no backseating, that's not something you take personally. That's something you respect, right? So if I'm in somebody like Jacob pops up in here, if I'm in Jacob's stream and I type something in and he's like, "Hold up, no, don't help me, don't backseat." I'm going to respect that. So it's just all about respect. But the idea of getting your feelings about it, not respecting the learning process, and then coming into the Discord and feeling like you need to say something because you feel some type of way, nah. So anyway, moving on. Let's just say if he joined the screen, I don't even. We don't need to do a hypothetical. It's already been decided. All right. So so let's just say we have a const. We have const temps 1, and const temps 1 is 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, I'm gonna tell you like I told somebody else, and people might not like this, but this is a dictatorship, baby. Haha. Make no mistake. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I expect anybody else who's learning or trying to get things done in their life. How long are you planning on streaming for, Chris? I'm not sure. I want to do it for a couple of hours. And then probably I'm trying to do 4 to 5 hour streams now. 10, 7, 11, 13, 14, something like that. So then if we CLG temp trend tracker and we do temps 1, what will happen? What am I doing? Oh, go live. Oh. Hold on, what? Oh. Oh. My heart. I hope it doesn't return variable. It's a logical operator. Let's see where I messed up. Cause I'm messing up, man. Hold on, 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 hold on. Let me see something. So both of these are false with temps 1. Why is it false with temps 1? When temps 1 is obviously descending. So let's see. If we're getting colder, Okay, that was the problem. Okay, yeah, that was a problem. It was just this. So I guess it just says X to what's on the right if it's true, I think. Okay. So yeah, the logical assignment operator. So there's a couple of them. So with the and, if this is true, it'll if this is true, right? The left side is true, then it'll sign whatever this is. Yeah, it is a common issue, and I should have known, but it's okay. We're learning. We're learning. It's okay. Let's do temps 2. Temps 2 is getting hotter, and temps 3 is variable. And then we need a temps. You got to tell him to console.log the value so he can see the out of bounds issue for himself instead of telling him to fix the exit condition of the for loop. That is right. And what's crazy is that I've done that so many times. 1 1 1 1 1. And then temps 4. Temps steady. Okay, so it works. Okay, so like you were saying, and I haven't done array.length in a while, so let me see. So array.length will give me, for example, let's just clarify this on stream. So you know, so we have our array, and we have an array of let's say 1 2 3 4 5. No, let's start at 0. 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so we know it starts at 0. So this would be if we did dot length. If we did length, we would get 6, right? But there is no that. That is out of bounds. Okay? But there is an array this, which is inbounds, and the last element. So essentially, when we do a for loop and we do array, like what we did array while I is less than array dot length. I will eventually go out of bounds. Because it'll get to, I think it'll eventually get to 6. 0, yeah, then it'll say, so wait, I just noticed this script.js has, yeah, because it's it's off my sandbox. It's where I learn things. Yeah, so it just writes, well, it's only going out of bounds because you're doing array I plus 1. So you're saying, so it's not, hold on, what? Let's try this again. I'm gonna get this right. I refuse to move on without getting this right in my mind. So we have an array. We have a array of usernames, and then we have Chris, we have Taylor, we got Jonas, we got Ant, and we got Daniel. All right. So then we do 4, and we're going to call that I, and the array is going to be usernames, and we're going to say CLG usernames I. Okay. I understand y'all are typing in the chat, but let me do this right quick. All right. So now what I want to do is CLG usernames dot length. Okay, it's 5. Now what I want to do is I want to say I, and then I want to say usernames I. All right. Okay, now I understand, because eventually this will get to 4 and it'll be less. But up here, well, let's cross this out. But what y'all were saying was that eventually this would get to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 5. Eventually it'll get to 5. It'll still be less than this, but it's because of this right here. You said, hold on, what? Remove the -1 you added and long both array accesses you're doing. What? Okay. So yeah, I understand. This is not the first time I've done this. It's just been a while, but I do understand what's going on, because this will eventually. Yeah. Hold on, Matthew. What are you talking about? What you could do is keep track of all I indices and I+1 indices and just check if. Hold up. Greater than would terminate immediately. Are you talking about this right here? Y'all confusing me. There's a lot going on in the chat. 0, 1, 2, 3, and all the I plus ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, are of the I values less than 0 and are okay. I don't. Yeah, man, that's why we have the Discord and we have the code snippets. Like the code snippets challenge is literally for this. Literally, okay, let's see. That's why we have the code snippets channel. Okay, export function is sorted array. Determine if we're expecting the array to ascend by comparing. So this will should ascend will give true or false. Const is sorted equals. Okay, so here's the thing. Now I know you're typing out, but here's the thing. Here's the problem. Remember when I was first trying to solve it, and I sat there and I was thinking because I was like, even if the first and the last element, even if the first and the last element, hold on, let me think. That wouldn't be okay. Hold on, that wouldn't be right because let's say okay. Now mind you, okay. So based on what you're saying, let's say if we had an array, let's say we had an array, right? And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But then instead of this, we had this or like this, right? Hold on. I'm only using the first and the last to determine which direction I need to check for, so I'm not wasting the power to check. Hold on, what? Determine if we're expecting a rate to ascend. So you're talking about like in general, you're just checking if it's going to ascend. And in that case, if the first element. Okay. Never mind, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Taylor. Okay. I get it. Okay. Okay. So then we do const is sorted equals array. Okay. All right. So I got that line. Const should ascend equals array less than or equal to. Okay, so that makes sense. And then we go to const is sorted equal array dot every. Now, mind you, this is my first time seeing the every function, and I think I opened it up right here. Hold on. The every the every method Okay, so the every method of array instances returns false if it finds one element in the array that does not satisfy the provided testing function. Otherwise, it returns true. Okay. Okay, so then you have this function, this line that says const is sorted equal array dot every, and then you say val I, and then you put array. Oh, y'all talking about this? I'm trying to figure this out up here. I don't know what we talking about now. I'm confused. I thought we were talking about this. What are y'all talking about? No, this is understood. That this part, this and why that is necessary is understood. That wasn't the issue. What I'm trying to understand is this part, but I feel like I'm gonna have to move on because I don't want to be. Also, if you hit expand on the, oh, I'm not even looking at the whole thing. Oh, well, damn. All right, I won't lie. This array.every situation is so very confusing to me. All right, we're gonna have to move on. We done already solved it. I don't wanna spend all day on this one thing that I think I think our time would be better spent doing something else than arguing. Um, all right. Yeah, we're gonna have to move on from that. I mean, you had me right here. I understood it, but once we got to the every, I'm not familiar with every, so I'm gonna have to take some time and do that later. But I'm not. Yeah. Um. So let's see. Let's see. I think I don't know if they're gathering in the. No, they're not gathering in there yet. All right. So now what I'm gonna do is my main goal, which was to watch this stuff. That sounds like conceding defeat to me. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with conceding defeat and moving on. All right.
I hope you are ready to sweat because today we're not dealing anything pretty. We're not dealing with CSS. We're not dealing with DOM elements, really. We're dealing with the fundamentals of JavaScript, and that is working with array methods. I found that when I forced myself to get really good at filter, map, sort, reduce, all of those array methods, I found that my JavaScript programming got a lot better. And this is really what I want to drive home today, is just throw a whole bunch of examples at you and really get you better at working with these array methods. A lot of people like to call these filter, map, sort, reduce. These are sort of like the gateway drug to functional programming. So what we've got here is some data, const inventors, and each inventor is an object. And then I've got
I'm gonna have to take a look later because the whole goal, because there's already array functions that I don't understand, right? And so then we throw every into the mix, and I don't understand every. I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Well, I understand map, but I need to learn what sort, reduce, and filter. So let's. I think we figured it out. It makes sense. This one right here. So let's move on to this. I wish this site. Oh wow. All right. Can y'all hear this?
array here, which just has strings, but inside of that string, the last name, comma, space, the first name. So first of all, let's kick it off here. And if you think you can do these on your own, please pause the video and at least try them yourself. But if you're fairly new to this stuff, then stick with me. So first thing we want to do is get people who were born in the 1500s. So I'm going to say const 15 equals, and we'll take the inventors, and we're going to filter over it. Now, the way that the filter works is you pass it a function, and that function is going to loop over every single item in our array. So Albert, Isaac, Galileo, and it's going to give us the inventor. I don't know why I say all fancy. So what that does is we take the inventors, we loop over, and for each inventor, we can decide whether we want to keep it or not. So go here, we'll have an if statement, and we say if the inventor dot and dot year. So that's when they were born.
Hold on. I wanna get this. Where do I get this from? Hold on, course catalog. Where do I get this from? I want this whole thing right here. Maybe there's a. What is this called?
get rolling. I sure hope you're really excited about JavaScript 30. A couple things I need, compilers or anything that we need to get set up. There's no tooling chain involved. All you need to do is right-click, open in browser for most of these. A couple of them, like the webcam and the microphone, they have like security. You can't open them up on a file. You need like a local host server. We'll cover that in those videos. Not a big deal. Let's see what else we got here. A couple things. You're welcome to take the course at any pace that you like. The videos range from 10 minutes up to half an hour, and really the thing I want you to do is to try carve out some time every single day. You may do more in one day if you've got a bunch of time available, but that sort of habit of, oh, I've got lunch, or I've got 20 minutes, I've got half an hour here, or I'm on the subway, I should watch a video really quickly. That's the habit that I want you to get into, where you can just tackle something and finish it within an hour or so, or half an hour, depending on how long the actual video is. Second, people learn in different ways. So there's three major ways that you might want to watch these videos. First, you might just want to watch them entirely.
I just want to know where the files
to
are.
complete, implemented in any of your JavaScript. Nothing else. I think you'll get the most out of it. Go hit the videos. Enjoy day one.
Brother, where are the files?
There's going to be something called a key code.
Yeah, I already did the drum kit before. Where are the files? Oh, take the challenge today. Free video starter files and solutions, JavaScript.
I hope you are ready.
Hold on. Where? Oh, Lord. Oh, maybe it's in my email. Hold on one second. Oh, starter files. There they go. Oh, they're right here. Okay.
Fairly new to this stuff, then stick with me. So first thing we want to do is get people who were born in the 1500s. So I'm going to say const 15 equals, and we'll take the inventors and we're going to filter over it. Now, the way that the filter works is you pass it a function, and that function is going to loop over every single item in our array. So Albert, Isaac, Galileo, and it's going to give us the inventor. Inventor. It's, I don't know why I say all fancy. So what that does is we take the inventors, we loop over, and for each inventor, we can decide whether we want to keep it or not. So go here, and we'll have an if statement, and we say if the inventor dot and the dot year, so that's when they were born. If the inventor dot year is greater or equal to 1500, and the inventor dot year is less than 1600, or we could do less or equal to 1599, whatever you prefer, whatever reads easier for you, then we are going to return true. And by returning true, that means we keep it. And then you don't have to, a lot of times I see else, people have an else here, you return false. If you do not return anything other than true, or something that is truthy, it will just throw it in the garbage. So there's no need to return false here. You just return true if you want to keep it. So let's take a look at our variable here. We'll console.log it 15.
Filter the list of inventors for those who were born in the 1950s. So const 15 equals, does filter return an array? Let's see. Mm.
We've got two people. This is a bit of a pain. So I'm going to show you a little tip. Console.table. Aha, very nice. So these are the people that were born in the 1500s that we care about.
Interesting. I didn't even know about console.table. So you're saying filter the, so okay, all right. One, filter the list of inventors. Filter the list of inventors for those who were born in the 1500s. All right. So he's saying const 15 equals, and we're going to take the inventors, which is an array of objects. And then we do filter inventors, inventor,
each inventor, we can decide whether we want to keep it or not. So go here, we'll have an if statement, and we say if
inventor,
inventor
dot name
dot and dot
dot year.
So that's when they were born. If the inventor dot year is greater or equal to 1500, and the inventor dot year is less than 1600, or we could do less or equal to 1599, whatever you prefer, whatever reads easier for you, then we are going to return true. And by returning true, that means we keep it. And then you don't have to. A lot of times I see else. People have an else here. You return false. If you do not return anything other than true or something that is truthy, it will just throw it in.
Okay. So essentially, if we so filter the list of events for those who were born in the 1500s. So if we hold on, where am I? Let's kill that right quick. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Let me see. Did I spell it right?
So there's no need to return false here.
Oh. Hold on, does that return it? No. Can I do that? No, you can't do that. Okay, let X. All right. Why did I only get Copernicus?
You just return true if you want to keep it. So let's take a look at our variable here. We'll console.logit 15. We've got 2 people. This is a bit of a pain. So I'm going to show you a little tip. Console.table. Aha, very nice. So these are the people that were born in the 15.
Hold up. So, oh, it's less than, greater than, or equal to. Okay. All right, there we go. Galileo, Galilee, and Johannes Kepler. Come through astronomers. I think they're astronomers. Okay. This over here.
Hundreds that we have here. Now, this can be greatly reduced. First of all, we can make this into an arrow function. So,
okay, hold on. They're doing the. Need to go there and listen in. How long have we been streaming? Almost 2 hours.
delete the word function. So you can delete the parentheses around event, or if you prefer, it will make that an arrow function.
Hmm. I'm gonna ask them, can I go into the VC? Okay. Just wait.
Good, that still works. And then this right here, this just is either return true or return false. So what we can actually do is do it all in line, where we will just return these two things. So it's going to give us the inventor, and we're going to return the result of these two things, which if both of them are true, it's going to return a Boolean of true. And if that makes you a little bit uncomfortable reading that, you can throw an extra set of parentheses around it and delete this. Done it all in one line. Still works just as we planned. Good. Next one. Give us an array of the inventor's first and last names. What does map do? Map takes in an array.
Okay, I think I know how map works. Alright. Filter the list of inventors for those who were born in the 1500s. Filter will return an array of elements that fits alright. Now we're gonna do 2, which is map. And map. Let's just look that up right quick. All right. So map. The map method of array instances creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the column of the array. All right. Alright, so we're just performing an action on each element in the array and returning that array. Alright, so what we want to do is array.prototype.sort. Hold on, why don't I write that? Array.prototype.filter. Array.prototype.map. And so okay, so what he wants us to do is give us an array of the inventor first and last name. Okay, so what we're gonna do, hold on. Of the inventory, hold on, of the people? Of the inventor's first and last name. Okay, so let me think. So essentially I would do const inventors names equals inventors dot map. I would take each element and I would say, let me look at that one more time. For each one, I would do inventors, or I do e dot. Hold on, let me think. Could I do something like e? Hold on. I need to return that. Return e. Hold on. E dot first. And e dot last. Is that how I would do that? And we'll do console dot table. Inventor names. Let's see if that works. And it does. I did the thing. I'm going to create a stoner sort algo where the program randomly sorts a list back and forth and ends by giving up. I'm going to create a program randomly sorts a list back and forth and ends. Why would you do that?
Does something with that array and then returns a new array but of the same length. I like to think of map as sort of like a factory machine where it takes in a raw material and will stamp it somehow and then pick out that item on the other end. Whereas filter, you can bring in 10 things and return 2. Map will always return the same amount of items as you give it. So here's what we're going to do is we'll say const full names equals inventors dot map. We have our inventor, and from that we are going to return the inventor dot first. Is that first name? And we can return inventor dot last. Console log full names. Kind of works, but we still have a problem with the space here. So you can either concatenate in a space, which will work, or you can return backticks and use template strings. Okay, great for us. Pass. Good. Next up, the sort. Sort the inventors by birth date, oldest to youngest. So if you've never used sort, the way that sort works is that you get 2 items, and you have these 2 items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those 2 items. So you say, is person A older than person B? And if so, you put the older person on top. And the way that we do that is by returning 1 and -1. And that's going to bubble these items up and down in the array. So we say const ordered equals inventors dot sort. You can return backticks and use template strings. Working great for us. Pass. Good. Next up, the sort. Sort the inventors by birth date, oldest to youngest.
Okay, give us an array of the inventor's first and last name. So, okay, did I do it the same way he did it? So I didn't even have to. I could have just did. Okay. Yeah, I see. I didn't even have to do these brackets. Okay.
So if you've never used sort, the way that sort works is that you get two items, and you have these two items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those two items. So you say, is person A older than person B? And if so, you put the older person on top. And the way that we do that is by returning 1 and -1. And that's going to bubble these items up and down in the array. So we say const ordered equals inventors dot sort, and we have a function, which that function is going to give us like the first person and the second person, or sort the inventors by birth date, oldest to youngest. So if you've never used sort, the way that sort works is that you get two items, and you have these two items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those two items. So you say, is person A older than person B? And if so, you put the older person on top. And the way that we do that is by returning 1 and -1. And that's going to bubble these items up and down in the array. So we say const ordered equals inventors dot sort, and we have a function, which that function is going to give us like the first person and the second person, or a lot of people just like to use A and B, so whatever you prefer though. So the first person is going to be A, the second person is going to be B, and then we will say if A dot, we need to do it based on their birth date here, A dot year is greater than B dot year, then we return 1, else you return -1. And that's just going to move these people up and down in the, you can sort of imagine them bubbling up and down inside of the array that we have. Let's take a look at right here. Oh, we got an error here on line 39. What did we do? Should be able to spell function right. Go. have the oldest people here as well as the youngest. Now, this is really, really long. We could really cut that down by doing sort. And we have person A older than person B. Good. Next up, the sort. Sort the inventors by birth date, oldest to youngest. So if you've never used sort, the way that sort works is that you get two items, and you have these two items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those two items. So you say, is person A older than person B? And if so, you put the older person on top. And the way that we do that is by returning 1 and -1. And that's going to bubble these items up and down in the array. So we say const ordered equals inventors dot sort, and we have a function, which that function is going to give us like the first person and the second person, or a lot of people just like to use A and B, so whatever you prefer though. So the first person is going to be A, the second person is going to be B, and then we will say if A dot, we need to do it based on their birth date here. So A dot year is greater than B dot year, then we return 1. Else, you return -1. And that's just going to move these people up and down in the, you can sort of imagine them bubbling up and down inside of the array that we have. Let's take a look at here. Oh, got an error here on line 39. What did we do?
Function.
We should be able to spell function right. Go. And now we have the oldest people here as well as the youngest. That function is going to give us like the first person and the second person, or a lot of people just like to use A and B, so whatever you prefer though. So the first person is going to be A, the second person is going to be B, and then we will say if A dot, and we need to do it based on their birth date here. So A dot year is greater than B dot year, then we return 1. Else, you return -1. And that's just going to move these people up and down in the, you can sort of imagine them bubbling up and down inside of the array that we have. Let's take a look at here. Oh, got an error here on line 39. What did we do? Should be able to spell function right. Go. And now we have the oldest people here as well as the youngest.
So, okay. Let's watch that one more time.
Have these two items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those two items. So you say, is person A older than person B? Inventor last, console log, which will work. Or you can return backticks and use template strings. Great for us. Pass. Good. Next up, the sort. Sort the inventors by birth date, oldest to youngest. So if you've never used sort, the way that sort works is that you get two items, and you have these two items in your hand, and you're asked to sort just those two items. So you say, is person A older than person B? And if so, you put the older person on top. And the way that we do that is by returning 1 and -1, and that's going to bubble these items up and down in the array. So we say const order ordered equals inventors dot sort, and we have a function, which that function is going to give us like the first person and the second person, or a lot of people just like to use A and B. So whatever you prefer though. So the first person is going to be A, the second person is going to be B, and then we will say if A dot, and we need to do it based on their birth date here. So A dot year is greater than B dot year, then we return 1. Else you return -1. That's just going to move these people up and down in the, you can sort of imagine them bubbling up and down inside of the array that we have. Let's take a look at here. Oh, got an error here on line 39. What did we do? Should be able to spell function right. Go. And now we have the oldest people here. Here was the youngest. Now this is really, really long. We could really cut that down by doing something like this. So ordered equals inventors sort, and you have A, and you have B, and from that we are going to do what's called a ternary. I can't say it properly. Ternary operator, whatever. Somebody once sent me a message after a talk.
Oh, let me see if I can do the ternary before he does it.
So from that, we want to have a ternary, which is like a shorthand if statement. The A.year is greater than B.year, and if that is true, return 1. Otherwise, return -1. And that is the exact same thing as what we're doing here, just doing it in one line with an arrow function, implicit return, and a ternary operator. Let's double check that still works. Works great. Next one. How many years did all of the inventors live? So what a reduce will
I have
do
never done
is
reduce before.
we're like a sort in a map. They will just take items in and either sort them, or they will turn them into something else, or they will filter them down. What a reduce will do is allow you to sort of build something on every single one. So if you've ever done code like this, where you do var total years equals 0, and then you bust out the old for loop, which is right here, and then you have inventors, and then you do total years plus equals inventors. You've done this before, right? Where you have a variable before, and then you do this crazy loop, and then finally when you're done, you can console log total years, right? A reduce is just a much cleaner way to do that, and you don't have to do this crazy square bracket I, which I've seen a lot of people having trouble learning. So that's what we're going to do is const total years equals inventors dot reduce, and the way that reduce works is it's going to give you sort of like your running total or what you've returned from this function last time. So we're going to call that total. And then it also is going to give you the inventor. And from that, parentheses, arrow function here. And from that, we are going to return the total, which is what the total was last time around. Again, all these functions, reduce, sort, filter, they just loop over every single one. And then we are going to return the number of years that inventor had lived. So inventor dot past minus inventor dot year. Now let's try that. It's not going to work totally for us. Log years, and we get this object 7. Like what's going on here? And the problem is that first time around we don't have a total and it's equal to undefined. So what we need to do is just make this 0, and that will then allow us to add it up. 523 years. Whew, how you doing? Maybe you need to go get a drink, get a sports drink, something like that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need to
have
watch.
another one
My
coming
bad.
up
Sorry,
here. Sort
Malachi.
inventors by years live.
Yeah, let me take a break.
So
Break time. Break time, is it? Yeah. All right. Break. Boop. All right. All right. We back at it. We back at it again. What my headphones do? Nandex. Why does that name sound familiar? Nandex. Anywho, I posted a snippet on the higher order functions with their equivalent code so you can compare. Alright. Alright, let's see. Nandex. Nandex. Nandev. What's up? Oh, I'm already subscribed to you. What's up, Nando? Alright, we're back. And we have grapes. Acrylia. I don't know if you're watching. I don't do ones, I do 50s. Well, you know. Alright. So let's watch Bro Code Sort.
What's up? Today I'm going to be talking about the sort method in JavaScript. The sort method is used to sort elements of an array in place. However, with the sort method, we sort elements as strings in lexicographic order, not alphabetical. If I could summarize what lexicographic means, it means alphabet plus numbers plus symbols as strings. Let me give you an example with just alphabetical characters. I have an array of fruits. To sort this array, I can take the array name, fruits, use the built-in sort method, then console.log my array of fruits. Let me expand this. And here's my array, all sorted.
Okay.
When sorting, we treat any elements as strings. What if my array were numbers? I'll add the numbers 1 through 10 in a somewhat random order.
Oh, no, we're not doing sort. We're doing reduce.
What's going
Am I about to lose my mind? Maybe
What's going on, everybody? So in today's video, I gotta explain the reduce method in JavaScript. The reduce method reduces the elements of an array to a single value. In this example, we'll create an array of prices as if it was a shopping cart. We'll sum all of the prices within our shopping cart and return a total. We'll need an array to work with. Const prices equals an array. Think of some prices, type in anything, as long as it's a number. I'll keep this simple and use whole numbers. I'll add something that is $5, another that is 30, 10, 25, 15, and 20. We will create a variable for a total. Const total equals, take our array of prices, we will use the built-in reduce method of arrays. But we do need to pass in a callback to a function. We need to create a function that will sum all of these values. Let's create a function to sum.
Okay.
Our sum function will have two parameters.
Okay.
The first will be an accumulator. The second will be the next element.
Okay.
All we're going to do is return our accumulator plus our element. I'll explain how this works momentarily. I just want to be sure that everything runs fine first. Within the reduce method,
What's
we'll
up,
pass
Fats?
in a callback to the sum function. That will return a single value, a total in this case. Let's see what our total is. Console.log, I'll use a template string, pick a unit of currency, I'll pick American dollars.
Okay.
Add a placeholder, let's display our total. So my total is $105. If you would like to add cents to the end of that, you can follow this with the to fixed method, then add two decimal
Okay.
places.
Let's do that one more time.
earn a single
That was-
value, a total in this case.
That was a little complicated. All right. All right. What's up, Abs?
Let's see what our total is. Console.log, I'll use a template string, pick a unit of currency, I'll pick American dollars,
Okay.
add a placeholder, let's display our total. So my total is $105. If you would like to add cents to the end of that, you can
Okay,
follow
let's go
this
back a little
with
bit more.
Let's create a function to sum.
Mm-hmm.
Our sum function will have two parameters. The first will be an accumulator.
Okay.
The second will be the next element.
Okay.
All we're gonna do is return our accumulator plus our element.
Okay.
I'll explain how this works momentarily.
Okay.
I just want to be sure that everything runs fine first.
All right.
Within the reduce method, we'll pass in a callback to the sum function. That will
Okay.
return a single value, a total in this case.
Okay.
Let's see what our total is. Console.log, I'll use a template string, pick a unit of currency, I'll pick American dollars. Add a placeholder, let's display our total. So my total is $105. If you would like to add cents to the end of that, you can follow this with the to fixed method, then add 2 decimal places for cents. Alright, so how does this work exactly? We have two parameters, accumulator and element. It might be easier if I were to rename these parameters. You can rename parameters. Let's say accumulator is the previous element. Element is the next element. We're returning the previous element plus the next element. During the first iteration, our accumulator is 5, the next element is 30. Then we are going to return the accumulator plus 30, which is 35. We'll return this to the accumulator during the next iteration.
And then we do
The
35
accumulator
plus 10.
is now 35. The next element is 10. 35 plus 10 would give us 45. Return that to the accumulator and add the next element, 25. So you just follow that pattern.
Oh. Oh. Okay,
All right,
okay,
let's go over
okay.
another example. We'll create an array of grades. Const grades equals, these will be some number grades.
Okay.
75, 50, 90, 80, 65, and 95. We'll find the maximum value from this array. We'll create a
Okay.
constant to hold to the maximum value. What is the maximum score? Const maximum equals, take our grades array, use the built-in reduce method, then we need to pass in a callback to the reduce method. We need a function to get max. There's
Okay.
two parameters, an
The
accumulator
accumulator and the next.
and the next element.
Okay.
Like I said, feel free to rename them.
okay.
We will return the max method of math.
Math.max.
Math.max.
Okay.
Pass in these two parameters, accumulator
And
and
the
the next
element.
element. Within the reduce-
Okay, so I think I understand. So it will give us the biggest value between accumulator and element, and that will become the accumulator, and then it's going to compare it to the next element. They're going to be put back into math.max. And so, okay, so
This method
reduce
will pass in a
is a
callback
little
to
tricky.
get max. The value returned will be the maximum grade from this array. So let's console.log whatever the maximum is. The maximum score from this array is 95. Let's do this with the minimum. Let's copy this function, change any instance of max to min.
to min.
Get min math.min.
Okay, okay.
Let's create a new constant, const minimum equals our array of grades. Use the reduce method
Okay.
to return a single value, then pass in a callback to get min. Let's console.log the minimum.
Oh.
The minimum score from this array is 50. Alright everybody, that is the reduce method. It's a build.
Okay, so that's the reduce method. All right.
Const oldest equals inventors dot. Now we're going to sort them, and we are going to get A and B. And before I do the returning 1 or -1, we're going to do const. We're going to create some variables so we can use that in if statement.
Why don't
Last
we
guy,
ask?
how old did he live? A dot ask.
Let's ask Gemini to give us some problems. Let's go to good old Gemini. Gemini never did us wrong. Gemini. 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 Hey Gemini, you never did me wrong. You will never do me wrong, Gemini. Let me close this door real fast. Shit. Alright. Gemini, Gemini, Gemini. So let's ask Gemini. Let's say Gemini. Hey, I just learned map, sort, and reduce. You give me some exercises to submit this new knowledge from basic to more complex. All right. Let's see what the AI overlords give us today. Returns an array. That is a huge milestone. Map, sort, and reduce are the big three of functional programming in JavaScript. Once you master these, you can handle almost any data transformation task. Here are some exercises to help you build that muscle memory, ranging from getting the syntax right to thinking in data pipelines. My God. Okay, so number 1, the map. The price tag, you have an array of prices. $10.5, $20, $35, $99, and $40. Use map to return a new array where each price is formatted as a string with a $sign, hint used to fixed. Okay, good thing we just kind of learned that a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to do prices. No, we're gonna do const new prices equals prices dot map each element. We are going to return let's say, oh, wrong. That's gonna be that. That's gonna be this. We got that. That's gonna be e.to fixed 2. And now we are going to, I wonder, can I console, let's CLG new prices. Hopefully that is correct. All right. We have our sandbox here. Yes. So now we have an array. And let's say, what if we do Console.table gives us a nice table. Nice. All right. So we completed the map. Next, the alphabetical shuffle, sort. And if I remember, sort can do things in ascending or descending order. Okay, so we take the first and then the second, and we say which is this or that compared to both of them, and then return the one of them. All right. The alphabetic shuffle. You have an array of names. So we have an array of names. Const names equal Zelda, Mario, and Peach, and Link. So what we will do is use sort to arrange them in alphabetical order. Try to sort them in reverse alphabetical order. Okay, so what I do, I think names I sort. I think const. Hold on. We're doing sort. How do we compare two and then determine whether or not one it comes before the other? Let me see something. Which one is the lexical? So what we do, const new names equal names dot sort, CLG sort. Sort is not, oh my bad. New names. Link, Mario, Peach, Zelda. Then how would I do it? How do I descend them then? How would I descend them? Is there a quicker way? Is there a function that reverses an array? Function that reverses array in JavaScript? Oh, okay. So then, yeah, but I don't know how to do it with that sort. Reverse array with sort JavaScript. I mean, I just came up with it and it said, so if I did reverse, it did it. So I can do names.sort.reverse. But let's see what this says. Sorts the array, mutates original array, yes, no. Two sorted, two reverse. Modern, two sorted. I've never seen two. So, hold on. Don't tell me if I do CLG names, it's going to be... Okay. Oh. Oh, look at that. We learning stuff today. We are learning stuff. We are learning so much stuff. All right. Next. The running total, you may have an array of daily, steps. So we have const daily steps equal 5, 1, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Use reduce to calculate the total number of steps taken during the week. So if I'm thinking about this correctly, does reduce acts the same way? So we got sort. Did we do reduce up here? Where's reduce? So reduce. Hold on. Let me just try to daily steps dot reduce. So I think we can do reduce. Hold on. We're gonna say const total steps equal daily steps dot reduce. Man, I'm gonna have to look it up again. How did he do reduce? Did he even do reduce? No, yeah, he did reduce. So he did. It takes a total. Okay, so it's just like sort, where it's like, okay, it'll take... Okay, so this is the total, and this is the next step. And then what we do is return total plus next step. And then we should get the total steps. So if we CLG total steps, I think we should get it 29. So what is that? 13. What is that? 25 and 29. Yeah, so we understand it. We understand it. So sort and reduce are kind of similar in how they act a little bit. So they take these two parameters and they kind of do some type of step. But you got to return -1 and 1. Okay. All right, comparison and okay. Anyway, all right, next, level 2. These exercises involve arrays of objects, which is how data usually looks in the real world. The name extractor, map plus sort. Given this array of users, my goodness. Given this array of users, use map to get an array of just the names and then sort to sort. Okay, I could do this. Okay, so const sorted names equal users dot map, and what we want to do is we want to return, we want to get the can we do e dot name? Yeah, e dot name. But actually, crap. We want to get e dot e as a string. We want them to be strings, right? Use map to get an array of just names and then sort those names alphabetically. We don't have to. Okay, so they're already strings, and then we do dot sort, and then we can CLG sorted names, and I think that'll do it. Undefined. Okay. Oh, name. All right, Alice, Bob, and Charlie. Okay, we did that. All right, we're cooking a little bit, just a little cook, just a dash of cook. All right, so we got number 4. Number 5. The numbers trap sort. Try to sort this array of numbers from lowest to highest. Okay, so we have const number list, which equals 1, 10, 100, 25, and 5. And it says try to sort this array of numbers from lowest to highest. Note, if you use sort, it will treat them like strings and return. Use a compare function to fix this. Okay, so I'm assuming const ordered list, I'm gonna say ordered number lists equals number list dot sort. We have the first and the second, and we are going to, if first is greater than second, I think we need to, I might be doing this wrong, return 1, and then else return -1, and then we can CLG ordered number list, and I think that should do it. So hold on. So if the first is greater, then we put it at the end. Else we put it towards the beginning. All right. So did I do it right? From lowest to highest. Yeah, I did it. Yay! We did it. 1, 5, 10, 25, 100. All right. Use reduce to return an object that counts how many of each fruit there are. All right. Okay, we getting the hang of this. 6. Counting categories. This is a classic use case for reduce. Given an array of fruit, const fruits. Given an array of fruits, we got apple, which I cannot afford because they are expensive. Banana. We have another apple. We have a orange. We have a banana. And we have an apple. Oh. Use reduce to return an object that counts how many of each fruit there are. Okay. Now, okay, let me think about this. So we got the reduce. Let me look at that again. Hold on, we already did reduce. So reduce. Hello, Acrylia. Reduce, reduce, reduce. Okay, this should be a little bit easier, I think. Use reduce to return an object that counts how many of each fruit there are. Would I do it like this? Would I say const count fruit equal, and we have apple, banana, and then we have orange, right? And then what I'm gonna say is so what I do, I feel like I'm not supposed to do it like that. Const fruit, const total fruit count equals, and if we're doing a reduce, we have the total we got the total and the next step. Oops, I forgot to do the fruits dot reduce. That's weird. All right. Let me think. Let me read about reduce, because this is... I don't know how to use reduce in this way. So we can write a function. So we could say, so what would we need that function to do? I would want that function to have an... Why are you biting your nail? Oh, okay. So I could say, I wonder, I've never done something like this. Let's say gather fruit. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Why can I just put one? Hmm. Let me think. Hmm. Can't I do like this or something? Like, hmm. If eight, I mean, this works, but there has to be a better way to do this. So I could have did no. Because the whole point was that this is going to return. This is going to return an object. So I wonder could I go back to what I wanted to do, which was gather fruit. And then I was gonna say can I do this A? Oh, I can. I can do this. I mean, I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway just to see if it works. It's already a string, right? Do I need to... Is this where I do this? Just curious. Oh, okay. How do I do this? Do I do this at A? No. Wow. Wow. I know this comes to Apple, so since I have Apple right here, can I do this? No, I can't do that. Why doesn't this work? It's a string. There's something I'm doing wrong, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm gonna figure it out. I know this. I know. Hold on. Hold on. What am I doing? Hold on. Whoa. Why isn't this working? Can I just say that? Would that work? Let's see. That doesn't work. Oh. Well, aren't I just so... I'm just so smart. I'm just so smart. I'm just so smart, right? Just such a smarty pants. Okay. Well, isn't that just nice? Now, I wonder... What if I just want to return apple, banana, and orange? Could I do something like... Hold on, destructure objects in JavaScript. I would need the name, right? I would need to say would I need to do something like, how do I do that? Or could I just say apple, banana, and orange? Apple is not to divide. Do I need to do it like that? Alright. There, you know, I spent so much time trying to learn how to destructure everything, and I've forgotten everything. That is very irritating to me. I already tried to do this A, it didn't work. See, watch. If I do... Yeah, this A doesn't work. I have to do count fruit. I don't know why. No idea why. I thought this would work, but it did not work. It did not. Now what I want to do is destructure. Can I? What I want to do is like when I console.log total fruit count. Hold up, what happens when I do that? I have no idea what happens when I do that. What? Oh no, that's not what I'm trying. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is like, let's say if I have an object, I have an object like count fruit right there, and I only want. I wonder what happens when I do that. What happens when I do this? Just curious. Well, what if I want to remove the last one? Like, I want to remove this last one. Is that the same as... Yeah, it's the same. I know I could do something like this, where I say const dang man, I'm gonna have to go over destructuring again. I hate that. Because I think I forgot everything from destructuring. But anyway, that's solved. I'm moving on. Alright. 6, counting categories. This is classic use case for reduce. We already got that. I already did it the other way. I already did it without putting a function in the object. I did it with just the reduce. This was just me testing and seeing stuff. I already did it the right way. I was trying to see if I could do it another way. In professional code, we often chain these methods together to transform data in one smooth motion. The premium shopping cart, you have a shopping cart of items. You need to filter out you have a shopping cart of items. You need to filter out items that cost less than $10. Hold on, are we doing filter? No, we're doing map. We're doing map, sort, reduce. Dang, I forgot filter. Okay. Okay. So we would do const const new prices, I guess, equal cart dot filter, and we only want the ones that are if e dot price is less than 10, and then we want to map the remaining items to have a 10% tax. So we want to do hold on, before we even do that, what does new prices give me? Okay, so it actually does return the object. Alright, cool. Alright, so now that we know that, the next thing we do is we're mapping, and we do e dot freaking mosquitoes. How mosquitoes getting in here? E dot oh yeah, we're gonna add a 10% tax. So we're gonna do e price times 0.01 plus and then we're going to do dot reduce Dang. Oh Lord. Oh. Mm. Oh, so I was right the first time. I could just do like A, B. I could literally just do A, B, and then A plus B. And then I would get the right thing. Got two. Alright. This probably was my most difficult stream yet. I won't lie, this was definitely the hardest stream I've done study-wise. I did not, most of this was just working on, you know, most of this was just working on theory. But I feel like it's all gonna turn out right. It's all gonna turn out right. I gotta practice, reduce. I gotta practice, filter, map, reduce, and sort. Okay. I'm gonna have to really, really, really get that into my mind. It's gonna take some time though. Because honestly, this was my first day with all of them. This was my first day with filter, I think, sort, and definitely reduce. Not my first day with map. Filter seems pretty easy. Map and filter, easy. Sort and reduce, ugh. Sort, I kinda get it. Reduce is very difficult. Sort is the one that's one and negative one, so I think I can understand that to a certain extent. Because it takes the first and the second and it comparison, but reduce, yeah, reduce is. Yeah, reduce is the hardest one. I think. But I think I get. Reduce is just one I'm gonna have to practice more. Anyway, this was day one of filter, map, and reduce. So that's that. I think I'm going to call it a night. It has been 4 hours worth of streaming. I am tired. And so I will bid all of you adieu. And what does 07 mean? 07? This was a very difficult stream for me. Can't lie. Can't lie, y'all. I don't know. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does 07 mean? Lord. Oh, salute. Oh, it's a salute. Oh, I see it. Okay. No, I'm not an internet OG. Well, I am, but I don't remember that one. I do not remember that one. That was the first one I've seen. I've never seen that one. I haven't. That is new to me. All right. Good night, Roja. I hope the weather in SA ain't too bad. I hope the weather in South Korea ain't too bad. I hope the weather in wherever internet is from isn't too bad. Y'all have a good one. I will see y'all later, probably in the morning, because I'm probably going to go to sleep and then wake up and stream again, because this is the week I get filter, map, reduce, and sort. I am so serious about getting those down. So anyway, I will talk to y'all. Grab his toes. What? Bye. I don't know what you're talking about. You now we're learning new things, and 07 and grabbing toes and stuff. No, you're wilding. You're doing things. It's that soju that you be drinking in the Koreas. Okay? You're drunk. Right, Acrylia? Drunk. Hopefully tomorrow is a more fun stream where I can actually like code. Oh, I don't know if you heard me, Acrylia, because you said there's ones to be collected. I don't. It's not ones. It's 50s, sweetie. Okay, get that correct. Watch your mouth. I don't pick up ones. I pick up 50s, 25s, left cheek, right cheek. Okay, doing backflips, split, bow. Hey Sam. Sam from 100 Devs. Is this the Sam that... Oh, hey Sam. Sam, I was literally, listen, I got on stream and the first thing I did, Sam, was try to solve the thing, and I solved the thing. That's, yeah, Jean-Claude Van Sam. Yes, Sam. I solved the problem. It was a big whole thing. I don't know what solution y'all came up with. Where is it? No. Yeah, I did it, but you know, I was on stream because 100 devs was the thing that I was trying to tell you about. It's the one where like a lot of people they do these classes and then they usually get jobs and stuff, and they're full stack, and there's like a huge community. You want me to invite you, Increlia? Let me invite you. Let's see. If I go to 100 devs and I go to invite my friends, invite, bam, you're invited. Yeah. And they also, yeah, it's really cool, Acrylia. I was you don't be listening. You don't be listening to me, man. You don't be listening to nothing I say. All you want to do is call me old and bald and then tell me how I need to code and you know, just picking on me and talking about me like I ain't shit. Y'all aren't gonna ask me to do unpaid work and then make me pay for it. um, they real cool up in there. Hold up, let's do it on stream. Okay, before I go. Boop. Okay. So we have learn with Leon and friends. And so from what I understand, when you're new, you can follow along Acrylia if you feel like it. I can already hear him say, yeah, maybe I'll watch you do it. Probably. So where is it? It's the new. You don't listen to anything I say. Didn't you just say you were making $50 on the poll? Let's not pretend you a top 0.1% dancer. I'm in the top 0.01%. You know, so you do stand corrected. But you know, I stand on business, whether that business be, you know, this chair or the poll. Exactly, only devs. Okay. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. It literally okay, new need help. Okay, there we go. And then they have a little guide or a big guide. Okay, so the guide is here and then they said there's class materials. So you go to the class materials. Bam, class materials. Then they got the classes that Leon, the man with the beard, I think he's from Texas too. The man with the beard, he's teaching all of this stuff. And so I was like, well, where should I start? And I started on practice JavaScript arrays. And then at the bottom we have this cardio stuff. And that's what brought me to this right here. So bam. So this week we will be practicing the array methods. My God. When will array, what are some examples of using array methods in front-end JavaScript? Transform each element in an array into a new one. Okay, purpose. Creates a new array containing only elements that meet a specified condition. That's what I'll be doing on this current project. Reduce. Executes a reducer function on each element of the array, resulting in a single output value. It's often used for calculating totals or summaries. Okay, shopping cart. Find. Purpose. Returns the first element in the array that satisfies it. Okay, fair. Sum in every, man. I don't even want to look at the every sort the elements of an array in place and returns the array. All right. Nice. All right. Another day down. I lived. I survived. I thrived. I want. Yeah, Gemini is yapping away. I'm telling y'all, Gemini for exercises. Y'all, some people have been telling me to use Claude and all this stuff. I'm not trying to do all that. Y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much. Y'all AI crazy. All right, Jacob. Good job, Jacob. Jacob, you are so blessed because you had. I mean, listen. If you got the Indians teaching you computer science, I think you're doing a good job. All right. He had the signature Indian grad student teaching him the basics of Python. I'm telling you, man. As soon as I heard him speak, it reminded me of those Indian tutorials. What are you all working on? So usually, okay. So before I go, I'm gonna tell Sam what I usually do on stream. Jacob. Let me tell you something. Acrylia, have you seen Jacob? Jacob is a white dude with a fro. I'm not even sure if Jacob is a white dude. Cause that fro, I was looking at him, I was like, there's a little, there's some brown here. There's some, yeah. I was like, huh. Y'all seen Jacob? Go to Jacob's channel. Y'all see what I mean? You'll look at that, you be like, so Sam, I'll tell you what I do. So first, like, how are you gonna be from the country known for IT, leading CS and mathematics, and still failing in CS? Look, he might listen to Bobby Caldwell. You know what? Isn't Bobby Caldwell the one who? That was funnier. That is funny. That is funny. That is funny because of the history of this man right here, and people thinking the thoughts that they had when they heard his voice. Yes, exactly. I, for the longest time, heard the song that he sung, the Song of Songs, and thought that this was a brown man. No. This man, this is the man. And if y'all find the song and look it up, and look up some videos on him on YouTube, you'll know why people reacted the way that they reacted when they found out who he was. They were like, what? Okay, so Sam, we have a roadmap, but the roadmap is going to have to change because I thought I was even Tupac sample him. Yeah. So this was my roadmap. And right now we're working on a recipe finder app, which is another reason why we're going into arrays and learning array methods, because in the array app you have to filter through certain recipes, and you see there's a max per time, all that stuff. So here's the thing. Because from time to time I feel that I am a bad bitch, I thought that I could complete this roadmap and do bad bitch things. But unfortunately, the level of bad bitchery that I am hoping to achieve has not been achieved yet. It has not been worked towards. I have not evolved, digivolved, transformed into the bad bitch I need to be to complete this roadmap like I thought I did. So I'm gonna have to take it a little bit slower. It's just gonna have to happen. So like, I will agree with Acrylia. Acrylia was right. Unfortunately, I am at the club, and I don't even think I'm picking up ones at this point. I'm picking up, like, literally 10-cent pieces and nickels. But hopefully one day I will be picking up 50s. It's a grind, but you're doing the work. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You know what? When people say, and that's okay, You know, so I, you know, you ever feel like sometimes the positive things that people say can be so shady? Like one of my friends, like he'll be like, "Oh, Chris, you know, I messed up or I did this and I did that," and I'll be like, "And that's okay. We're all learning." And I just feel like that's so shady. Anyway, it's okay. We're learning. Okay. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got. I'll talk to y'all later. Have a good one. Bye. 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 Good job, Jacob. Keep going, Jacob. You're doing great, Jacob. Love you, Jacob.